numerical order, but they're not in order according to the agenda, because I didn't have the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. The Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop. Today's January 8th, 2020. The time is 7:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen?
Here.
Councilman Seaton?
Here.
Councilman Voigt?
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh?
Here.
Mayor Hache?
Here. Please stand for flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving our nation's armed forces and as first responders. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody back to 2020. Brand new year. Hope everyone had a great holiday and a great new year. 2019 was a big year for the village. A lot of change, a lot of progress, and we're expecting some more exciting things to come in 2020. We'll start with public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Good evening. I'm sorry, can you make sure the microphone is on? Is there a green light at the bottom of the stem there? Make sure that's on so we can hear you.
Oh, it's okay.
Great.
Hi, I'm Grace Freeport, and I live at 456 Beverly Road.
I'm Kayla Aboud, and I live in 206 Claremont Road.
Hi, I'm Molly Hanrahan, and I live 456 Hawthorne Place.
Hi, I'm Matilda Gondress, and I live at 30 South Murray. Good evening. We are here this evening to represent the Shade Tree Commission. Tonight we will be asking you to secure a line entry for budget for the Shade Tree Commission of $150,000 to replant trees in Ridgewood 1-to-1. In addition, we will be asking you to take responsibility for the backlog of trees that needs to be replanted from previous years. According to our research, there is a history of 10 years of trees not being replanted one-to-one. That amounts to roughly a net loss of 2,000 trees. This needs to change. Please can this change be made? Please can you replant the backlog of trees and moving forward put in place an ordinance for 100% tree replacement? We understand that there has been a major capital investment of $1 million for tree removal equipment in the past 5 years, and a disproportionate amount of only $50,000 for planting new trees. The 5 areas in Ridgewood that require the replanting of trees are the shade trees in the village train station, parks, private properties, and wildscape areas. The best way to increase the number of trees within Ridgewood is with planning, staffing, and funding. Ridgewood needs the following items in place: 100% tree replacement ordinance, resident awareness and education, tree inventory, which was planned for 2019, which feeds a long-term plan, a renovation of wells and planting with best practices, and a trained team of arborists to regulate maintenance, planting, watering, and pruning.
Why are shade trees important? They provide shade to cool homes, streets, in fact, the entire village. Cooler homes require less air conditioning, which reduces energy costs and its impact on the environment. Clear air and reduce ozone and CO2 levels. Generate oxygen for fresher, healthier air. Reduce rainwater runoff, erosion, and steam pollution. Provide a habitat for wildlife. Increase the beauty and serenity of the village. And increase the property values and the sense of village commitment to the community.
All over the world, trees are recognized worldwide, particularly in Europe, Japan, and others, as valuable assets. Many cities have well thought out long-term tree plans which involve planting, maintenance, and aesthetic design. We can learn from them. Have you ever heard of New York City Million Tree Project? Million Trees New York City is a worldwide public program with an ambitious goal to plant and care for 1 million new trees across the city's 5 boroughs over the next decade. By planting 1 million trees, New York City can increase its urban forest, our most valuable environmental asset made up of street trees, park trees, and trees on public and commercial land, by an outstanding 20%, while achieving the many quality of life benefits that come with planting trees. We can learn from them.
The global warming climate crisis requires immediate attention because things will be worse in 10 years. Ridgewood is in a climate change hotspot, and the average temperature has increased 3.4 degrees since 1885. This compares to less than 2 degrees in the rest of the USA. Ridgewood is also in an air pollution hotspot as part of the New York metro area and mid-Atlantic coastal area. It is getting hotter and will continue. We hope that you will start to think about our future in the same way that we do. Every day in school and at home, we are being reminded to do the right thing. We are asking you to do the right thing. Please help us to help our planet. We need to start taking action on climate change now, and you can start helping us by taking responsibility for our trees. Climate change is not running away, you cannot escape, and the sooner you act, the better. Please do the right thing. We need from you committed funding and clear village departmental responsibility, best practices.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Good evening.
Steve Kim, 291 Highland Avenue. Kind of know what I'm going to talk about. So, each year, Ridgewood residents pay taxes to the library. Last year, that amount was $2.26 million. That's 1.46% of overall taxes paid. for the library folks to insinuate that the residents are freeloading on the back of their fundraising makes absolutely no sense. In fact, excuse me, it's disrespectful. What the library has raised, $2 million, residents are obligated to pay more than that every single year. Library has Plan B. It had one in 2018. It was discussed at a trustee meeting. It was discussed last year, right here, was presented. The alternate plan, that plan cost $4 million instead of $8 million. $2 million in donations, $2 million of New Jersey grant, no added impact to the taxpayers, same services, more usable space. Why not go this way? At the last meeting, it was noted that the library did nothing wrong in misrepresenting figures. That is wrong. First, operating reserves are not donations. Second, Friends funds cannot be used for capital projects. Third, only the dollars matched should be counted when matched donations are concerned. If this was not pointed out, library would have continued to lie, being caught, then being forced to correct. Doesn't make what they did right. They lied at a public meeting to village council and to the residents. That is unethical and that is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close public comments. I do want to say, though, thank you very much for our first speakers at the public comment. Thank you very much for all the information. Obviously, you were very well prepared to come here before us tonight, and we are definitely listening to your suggestions. We had recently a series of forums here at the village in what's part of the visioning process, which is in preparation for the new master plan. And, you know, we had different types of groups. Some were older adults, some were younger residents. There was in every group, no matter what the combination of residents we have put together, the things that kind of rose to the top on the list would always include the tree canopy. It was the tree canopy, and aging in place was also one of the other most important factors of what residents really want to see moving forward in this vision of the future for Ridgewood. So we're certainly sensitive to these things. We will be getting into the budget season, so we appreciate you coming out now because this is the right time to do it. This is when we start planning for how we're going to spend money going forward. And we will be having those discussions. You mentioned the tree inventory. These types of conversations to really help us identify what is the actual need. You know, you put that need in the thousands just in the last 10 years, and I'm sure you're probably right. You know, in the last couple of years, we've you know, our attempts to kind of replant some of the trees. It was, Councilman Seaton, help me out here, 220 trees in the last 2 years ago. Then what was it last year?
About the same, I think.
About
It was
the same.
Around 230, and then 230 again. So
230 again. So again, I mean, it's an effort, but you know, not nearly enough to put back what's been lost over the years. So we really are going to take a good look at this. And in addition to funding, you know, we looked at other ideas with Councilman Seaton here of even creating a tree farm, a nursery for trees to bring back. So we're definitely going to be looking at this. We welcome you to join us. The budget meetings that we have are public meetings, and you can come in and provide input then as well, and be part of the discussion and listen into what we discuss with staff. And we already have moved forward with assigning a new person in charge of the tree canopy. That was an appointment that we did late last year. So we're making good steps, and we appreciate your input, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to manager's report.
Okay, I want to mention that the 2020 village calendars have been delivered to the Ridgewood Post Office to be distributed to every home and business in Ridgewood. Please take a look at this 13-month calendar for contact information and service schedules. Thank you to the businesses who support the calendar through their placement of advertisements. I want to give you an update on the Zabriskie Shedler House restoration. The asbestos abatement within the house has been completed and exterior rehabilitation is continuing. The contractor was closed for the holiday week, so no work was completed during this time. However, sugar maple branches have been trimmed for work around the house, mainly the roof, and the roots have been reinvigorated by the Village Parks Department. Roof framing and shingling is 95% completed, with final work occurring this week or early next week. Mortar type color for the exterior stone foundation has been decided on by the architect, which is Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects. Masonry and repointing work is ongoing. Window framing and reglazing work is ongoing, and interior structural work, including the kitchen floor and concrete slab foundation, is ongoing. We're going to hold our next progress meeting tomorrow, actually. Winter Restaurant Week 2020, sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and Valley Health System, will begin this Sunday, January 12th. New this year, we're going to have 3 weeks of fabulous dining and more. Come to Ridgewood and treat yourself to a selection of prefix lunch or dinner for $30.20. Parking is free on Sundays. The Chamber's website, which is ridgewoodchamber.com, lists the participating restaurants and gives further details. Christmas trees are being picked up on Tuesday on the east side and Thursday on the west side. Residents may bring their own trees any day to the Graydon parking lot through January 30th. Remove all decorations and lights from the tree and no plastic bags, please. The wreaths and garland will be collected with regular garbage pickup. At this time, the final leaf placement date has passed. No additional leaves should be placed along the curb line. Leaf collection should end this Friday, January 10th, weather permitting. You may also place your leaves into biodegradable paper bags and bring them to the recycling center if you wish. And the hours of the recycling center are Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. I want to give you an update on the removal of the brick bands around the tree wells. They have been removed from 71 tree wells on Godwin, Wilsey Square, West Ridgewood Avenue, Washington Place, Franklin Avenue, Chestnut Street, some of them Oak, some of them Chestnut, all but one. We still need to do the rest of Oak Street, North Broad, South Broad, Van Ness Square, South Walnut, and East Ridgewood Avenue. All of these should be removed by the end of January, weather permitting. Some require additional work like tree root grinding or removal of the tree, brick paver resetting, metal edging around the brick pavers, or sidewalk and curb replacement, but all of that is not part of this contract, so that will have to be done after the fact. The annual parking permits are still for sale at Village Hall. At the reception desk, 160 premium permits for all lots, you can park in all the lots, have been sold, and that's the maximum we're selling at this time. Permits for lots at the Chestnut Street, North Walnut, and Cottage Place, and the Route 17 Park and Ride are still available. Central Business District employee hang tags are available for those who work in our downtown, and more details are on the Village website. The single-use plastic bag ban went into effect January 1st. All supermarkets, restaurants, street fairs, and farmers markets are prohibited from handing out single-use plastic bags. Plastic bags used for garbage, pet waste, prescriptions, dry cleaning, newspapers, as well as those to contain loose meat, fish, fruits, vegetables, bakery goods are exempt from the ban. We encourage Ridgewood residents to bring their own reusable shopping bags with them and thank residents for helping us to preserve the environment. I want to mention that the Village Council will be considering the adoption of the salary ordinance for the PBA and the PBA Superior Officers Association tonight. The contract is for 4 years, 2018 to 2021. Those on steps will only receive their steps. Those at the top step will receive between 1% up to 2% for the 4th year of the contract. In addition, employees hired after January 1st, 2019 will not receive longevity. The minimum number of hours for Ridgewood DPW or Ridgewood Water work outside has been reduced from 4 hours to 3 hours, and the pay rate has been reduced from $95 per hour to $90 per hour. The approximate cost savings of the salary increases to the top step only is $150,000 for the 4-year contract, and the approximate cost savings for elimination of longevity is $70,000 per officer over a 25-year career. Longevity is not paid until 5 years of service. I want to thank the PBA and the PBA Superior Officers Association for their understanding that larger salary increases would have been unsustainable for the village, and I look forward to having this contract signed by the end of the month. The Village Council upcoming meetings are January 15th, which is our Village Council public meeting. January 29th is a Village Council public work session, and February 5th is a Village Council public work session. If it does snow, all sidewalks in residential districts must be removed within 24 hours of the snow falling. Garbage pickup during snow and ice events. Please bring your garbage cans to the end of your driveway, and we will not resume the rear yard pickup until there is a clear path to your garbage cans. We appreciate your assistance in keeping our village employees safe. The Martin Luther King holiday will be observed on Monday, January 20th. A service will be presented on that day at the United Methodist Church located on Dayton Street at 10 a.m. And in addition, all village offices will be closed on this day with no garbage or recycling pickup. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of all the tree interest, the Shade Trees regular meetings are always the second Tuesday of the month, and they're at 7:30 in the garden room downstairs, so that will be picking back up after the break next Tuesday. And I'd also just like to thank the Ridgewood firefighters for their hosting their beefsteak dinner and inviting us. It's a very carb-friendly event, and it's a great event that they hold every year, and I really enjoy it. So thank you guys, and that's it.
And in the spirit of trees, I believe we recently received a $10,000
Right.
forestry grant, which again will go towards.
The inventory, so that way we could count all the street trees that are out there, so we'll know exactly what we have, because the numbers are kind of all over the place, and no one's really done that. So now we'll know what we have and what we need to replace and where we can put them, and it'll be a great roadmap going forward, so we can really formulate the detailed plan on how to get this going.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So first, last night's planning board meeting was canceled. There was only one application on deck for the previously scheduled meeting, but unfortunately, my understanding is that applicant had a deficient notice, and subsequently that planning board meeting was canceled because that was the only item on the agenda, really. I just want to point out that we have some folks here from the library, and last week the mayor, myself, and a couple of representatives from the library, and Rocco Orlando, I see. I thought, was Rocco just here?
Yeah, he was.
He was? Okay, he disappeared. We met, we talked about the plan, we talked about the resolution, we talked about the financing, the funding, the cost, and we kind of looked at, we realigned the Reimagine project and took another look at that. So we'll be discussing that a little bit later on. I know that's been a topic of much discussion around. So we did prioritize what was important, and so we will be looking at that. And finally, my little neighborhood woke up to a water main break this morning, so I just wanted to, it was a bit of a mess. I just wanted to thank Ridgewood Water, Ridgewood Village staff, and everyone. It was a seamless process, a lot of big vehicles, a lot of activity, road closure, unexpected emergency, but everything was handled beautifully. So kudos to village staff, Ridgewood Water, and everyone that was helped get that clean up and make sure our water was all good. So thanks. That's it.
Congratulations on having waterfront property. That's great. Councilman Walsh.
Okay, so we had our chamber meeting this morning, the first one for 2020. We did discuss Restaurant Week, so if you see these flyers around town, you can see all the different restaurants, $30.20. Please go out and have a nice meal to celebrate Restaurant Week. One of the discussions that came up, it's come up a couple of times. We take for granted that we, as residents, and perhaps those that frequent the village a lot, know what's going on. But we also realize that there are a lot of people that maybe are first-time visitors to Ridgewood that don't necessarily know what's going on. So the suggestion was, there was a couple of suggestions made. The first one at the garage site, that perhaps Epic could put maybe a banner with a rendering and coming soon, some sort of a, like, you know, welcome to Ridgewood, especially if people are driving around looking for parking, that they'll know that, you know, maybe in a few short months there's going to be a parking garage. So if they could possibly put some sort of a banner that's visible to those driving around. I know we can't put the exact date, but maybe, you know, coming summer 2020 or something to that effect, so that they, you know, so people understand it. I know that a couple of the developments did have signage. I don't know if they're permitted to have any bigger signage, but if they could possibly also either maybe take some ads out in the local newspaper or something to give people an idea of what's going on, because like I said, we take it for granted, but there might be others that don't realize what's going on.
So so I know that the developments are going to start marketing. I know that they've hired.
One of them did start marketing and has a marketing packet, but that goes to interested parties, but for the general public, I guess, to kind of understand what's going on. The other thing was we talked about the kiosks, and I know that in our last meeting we talked about hoping that we're going to get the kiosks pushed out as quick as possible, but they're wondering if the 15-minute spots could keep the meters. And the reason being that if you're using Park Mobile, for instance, you're going to be paying for 20 minutes plus the fee, or if you're paying in the kiosk, you're going to have to go all the way to the kiosk to pay for 15 minutes. So they're wondering if just in the 15-minute spots, and I think there's 6 spots in town.
It's a little more, yeah. But
a few more.
No, there's a few more.
Yeah, when we were counting this morning.
We were planning actually to keep the 15-minute spots
Keep the meter
and
at the
keep a meter
15-minute.
at those spots.
Yeah. So they did talk about the tree wells. They were very happy. They said that the individuals that were working on them were very friendly, answered any questions people walking by, so that was a positive. Let's see what else. We did talk about CB DAC, but I'm sure you're going to talk about this. I guess the intent is to hire a PR firm, possibly, for downtown Ridgewood and things going on within the CBD. So I'll let you talk about that when you get to yours. But then the other thing was the Chamber does this brochure every year, and it's mostly local businesses that do ads in there, but what we were wondering is if we could connect with Park Mobile, and perhaps because this is probably going to come out right around the time that the garage is being finished and some of the developments are going to be really pushed further along, that perhaps Park Mobile could either take an ad out, a full-page ad, and then our municipal information would be kind of on the other side of it, talking about where the parking lots are, but to kind of, you know, we'll have our kiosk information and we'll have our parking lot information, but perhaps if Park Mobile could do their side, explaining how to use Park Mobile and kind of pushing it home, because this goes to every resident or every household and goes to anybody that's coming new. I believe the realtors will put this in their new, you know, welcome wagon packets. So to really kind of push more information into this book for the CBD. So that was everything.
So those are great suggestions by the Chamber. I'm sure you were pleased that it wasn't all about parking. There was a lot of other stuff that they were discussing. So.
Yeah, we had there was discussions about some other things that weren't as interesting, let's say.
Okay. That was great. Thank you. Councilman Voigt?
Thank you, Mayor. CSAC, Citizen Safety Advisory Committee, had its meeting on December 19th. There was a number of parents who came to the meeting who expressed concern about the current signalized intersection at West Glen and North Monroe. The issues included a number of accidents at the intersection, obstructed vision and the right turn from West Glen to North Monroe, the potential need for a pedestrian countdown, warning light, increased lighting from street lights at night, and they talked about a downed stop sign. I know it's on the agenda tonight, but I wanted to thank Chris and Heather for addressing these issues promptly. And my recommendation is that the cost as outlined by Chris in the memo for upgrading the intersection be included in next year's capital budget. They're still very concerned about what goes on up there related to what the safety of their children most especially. Issues continue with the entrance and exit to the drive-through at Starbucks. I know Chris mentioned the possibility of issuing a notice of nonconformance to them for the upgrades required. I would fully support that so that they do get upgraded. They've had that for quite a while and done nothing about it. The West Glen Avenue sidewalks west of Hillcrest towards North Monroe, the anticipated construction is in 2020. Was talked about at the CSAC. Next weekend, very quickly, there's Martin Luther King weekend, Friday through Monday. It's called Positive Peace, Compassionate Justice. A flyer has been put together. The events are free and open to the public. Friday, there is a film at the library. Saturday, services in Glen Rock. Sunday, gospel concert at Mount Bethel. And then Monday, we have the interfaith worship service at Ridgewood United Methodist Church, which is always a really very inspiring time to go to. Lastly, the Legal Win Voters has put together what's called a passport. Actually looks like a passport. And it's actually for encouraging high school students to come to events like this. And what would happen is the mayor would stamp them coming to the event to show some civic involvement. It'd be the council meetings, it'd be Board of Ed, but it's a really nice way to get the students involved in what's going on. And it's going to be pushed at the high school, I think, over the next couple of months. So it's a really nice thing.
So we actually ordered our stamp. It's on its way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an actual stamp
good.
for the passport.
Yeah, cool. All right. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any feedback and CSAC from residents? Because we installed the
flasher?
The flashers at the flash.
Actually,
what tells you that your speed limit on
it's been actually really, really positive. The residents on that street are most appreciative of what we did. The nice thing about it is it does capture everyone's speed limit, so we can actually look at it before and after. I know they did some studies before, and we can probably get some of that data in the next couple of months to see how it whether it's had an effect. So it really is a good thing. So yeah.
But they're seeing an improvement in people slowing down.
They seem to be very happy. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
So just a few things from my end. The village is preparing for the 2020 census. It's very important that we get an accurate count. The last time around, 2010, the Census Bureau estimates that the village was undercounted anywhere between 20 and 30%. It's important that we have an accurate count because it can ensure that we receive a full share of the $675 billion or more in federal funding for services and infrastructure that's up for grabs. And also, our representation in Congress also impacts us. It's important that we get the word out and get everybody to participate. I've been working with the U.S. Census Bureau on ensuring that happens and created a complete count committee. And the complete count committee for Ridgewood, we've brought in community partners that can help to maximize the reach to the community. So that involves the League of Women Voters, the Board of Education, the Ridgewood Library, the YMCA. We also have been working with our tax assessor. And just yesterday, I brought in our contact at the U.S. Census Bureau to speak before the interfaith group, and we will be asking for their help as well in talking to their each respective congregation to help us with the effort. We will also be reaching out to Age-Friendly Ridgewood. So starting in March, residents will receive invitations to fill out the census online. There's a lot of things to be aware of. The Census Bureau is not going to call you. There's a lot of scams that kind of rise out of these things. So we will be engaging in an educational campaign so that everyone knows what to expect and who should be, who and how you'll be contacted for the census. We encourage everyone to complete the census, including non-citizens and undocumented individuals. There's a general sense of mistrust that the information provided in the census will be shared with other government agencies. All the information will be kept 100% confidential by the U.S. Census Bureau. The census can be completed online, and at the Ridgewood Public Library, you'll be able to have some assistance in being able to fill it out. All family members should be included when completing the census. Believe it or not, children tend to be the most undercounted. People kind of forget to include the kids in the count, as well as older adults. We also encourage everyone to visit the website. There's a lot of information there. It's continually being updated. They have, I forget how many languages. There's different reference materials that folks can have access to on there. We also will be informing the Ridgewood Police Department on the days that the census workers will be going out, so they're aware. And again, this educational effort so that folks know what to expect when somebody knocks on their door. There will also be some employment opportunities for part-time work for anyone interested in helping with the effort. I believe the library is once again working on a job fair, an event to invite folks in and educate them about those opportunities. We continue to have our monthly Hudson Street parking garage meetings. We meet every Wednesday. It's the village manager, deputy mayor, myself, village engineer, police department, representatives from EPIC, from Haas, and it's a way to keep us sort of on track of and up to date as to what's happening with the project. We are moving forward very soon into the erection phase, beginning on February 3rd. We will start, you finally start to see some vertical height to the structure. Right now you've seen a lot of the work being done on the foundation and so on. The delivery routes for the precast concretes, remember these are going to be pieces brought in from another site. That has been determined. So basically it's going to be Route 17 to Route 4, Saddle River Road through Fairlawn onto Prospect Street. And it's a great way to just, minimize the impact and traffic to the central business district. And we're still looking at a completion date at the end of June. We've had some delays. There's been some issues with removing some contaminated soil from the site. But it looks like we're still on track for completion at the end of June. I know you have some questions about CBDAC. CBDAC is meeting tomorrow. We meet in the Garden Room on the second Thursday of the month. At the last meeting, there was a discussion. So the committee's exploring several recommendations to make, and one of them is how do we get the word out about Ridgewood? How do we market Ridgewood? And what the committee's working on now is a recommendation to bring to the council for the budget season to see if there's any funding for hiring either a PR firm or a consultant to help us get the word out. So that's going to come up later at budget time. There was a discussion. I know that the chamber was mentioning the sort of reference materials and flyers and so on. One of the things that we discussed in the December meeting was for the businesses to get together with the developers and come up with a welcome package for those new residents and give an opportunity for all the businesses in town to put in kind of a nice envelope of where there's menus and discounts and offers and so on.
Yeah, and I think that this that they want to try to get as much in this because this is really their bread and butter that goes out. So
it'll be great to work together with the chamber and developers that are doing that. So thank you for mentioning that. What was the other thing, Jeff? You mentioned something about. No, that was that's it. Nothing else.
Okay, we'll move on to our discussions. We have a few items to discuss before our special public meeting. The first is amending parking ordinance 3751. What this amends is the fact that under the Ridgewood resident parking permit, it indicated that the Hudson lot was included. This just removes that from that ordinance. The next one is ordinance number 3774. There are a few different changes here. We found that and this was a recommendation of a resident actually who emailed me and had noticed that the CBD employee spots in the North Walnut lot seemed to be empty in the evenings, and that he would go to the Central Business District to eat, and those spaces were open, and he couldn't find a parking place, so he asked if possibly we could consider having it open earlier for others to park there. So I did ask Sergeant Chuck, who's our traffic bureau in the police department, and he did indicated that after 6 o'clock, there are fewer CBD employees parking there. So we recommend that these spots be open to anyone parking in these spots after 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, people would still have to pay. It's only Park Mobile there. So they would have to pay through Park Mobile for those 2 hours because we do meter until 8 p.m. And then on Saturdays, they wouldn't have to pay because we stop parking meters at 6. Also, so that's one change. Another one is that in the code somewhere it's designated that CBD employee parking is from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. I think the thinking when we did it originally was that there may be some people who worked in the restaurants and they may not get out till midnight or 1 o'clock and they may be parked there, and then for them to get back to their car it would be 2 a.m. We've, in thinking about it, think that 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. should cover it, and so that's what we're also asking to change. The last one is the last two on the first page for North Walnut Street. So it says after 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, the CBD employee parking permit is not required. Meter rates still apply. As you notice, it says time limit hours, and it says 11. I think it's a little bit confusing. My recommendation would be to not put the 11 in there, and this way, you know, and it would just say for the 30 spaces designated in the North Walnut lot, because the 11 is the total number of hours there, but it just is confusing to say that after 6 there's no, you know, need for the permit. The same thing with the second one, which says on Saturday after 6 p.m. the CBD employee parking permit is not required. It says 12 because it's 12 hours total for the CBD spaces, but I would just say let's not put, for those last two, put no time limit hours in there, only for the fact that, or put NA, because of the fact that basically this is just another part designating that they won't need the permit anymore after 6 o'clock. So as long as you're okay with that, that's how we'll introduce this ordinance this evening. Is that all right?
Oh, I just had one question,
ahead.
because you mentioned that it's only Park Mobile in that Walnut
That's
Street
a-
lot. But
Only
that should
for
be-
CBD employee
But
area.
then that should be getting a parking kiosk along with pretty much everywhere else in the village, right?
I don't know, because we've just had Park Mobile there. It's possible. I mean, yes, there will be one in the North Walnut lot.
You're right, and it might
So
be able to cover
it may be though that they might have to go like to the far end, and not, you know, so it depends where they're going. It may be more convenient for them to use Park Mobile. So everyone's okay with me putting NA there for the hours for those last two? I think it's more clear, actually. Okay, so that's those. I have three others. One is awarding additional professional services contract for the site remediation at Hudson Street. So in 2019, on October, at our October public meeting, we adopted funding for $50,000 to start the site remediation at the Hudson Street lot. In December, we came back for an additional $125,000 for removal of the contaminated soil. At this time, First Environment, who is our licensed site remedial person, has asked that they get an additional $50,000. This is the end of it, and this is to resolve the site soil environmental issues. This estimate is predicated on no additional unknowns being encountered in the remaining footing excavations. We're pretty much done with that, so it shouldn't be any additional. Some of this expense will be offset with credits from the subcontractor preparing the site for the garage, since they would have had to truck out some soil anyway. So once they determine, we don't have those numbers yet, but once they determine what their cost would have been to remove some of the soil, you know, let's say it wasn't contaminated at all, they would have had to truck it out. So that was part of their expense. In addition, there were boulders we found as we dug, and those boulders would have had to been removed from the subcontractor. So they would have had that expense, so we'll get a credit for that, which will help pay this. We don't have that credit amount yet, though. In addition, okay. So, and then in addition, next week, what we'd like to do is consider a ordinance to be introduced which would pay us back for the total amount of the site remediation, because right now we're pulling funds from funds that were extra in the 2019 budget, but really they don't exist. So we're trying to repay those areas so that they can then pay what they should have paid in the 2019 budget. This is just to be able to pay this at this time, and then we will refund it through the bond ordinance. So we'll introduce that bond ordinance next week. The next one is the non-union and management salary ordinances. Unfortunately, there was a typographical error on both of them. For both of these groups, the base salary in Section 1 indicated it was a 2% increase. It should actually be a 0% increase, and then the increases are based on a performance evaluation of each individual employee. So we do want to amend that to say 0%, which is what it's been for the past at least 5 or 6 years. And so this was just a typographical error that occurred. The performance evaluations, go somewhere between 0 to 2.75%. So, and again, it's based on a performance evaluation. So those cover the items that are on the special public meeting agenda. Wait, two more things. I'm sorry.
Two.
The other one is the instructional schools, because we are going to consider that one. It was sent to the planning board for review in the OB1 and OB2 districts. They recommended that the council proceed with the adoption to state the specific sections to be amended in the code. And so we're going to amend it on the floor. And then Mr. Rogers has indicated that it's not a substantive change because it's really just clarifying which sections it's in. It also changes the title because it said in section 112, but it's also a section 113. So it amends both of those. They're minor changes. We can amend it on the floor and adopt it this evening. The other one is for the winter door enclosures. The planning board, again, reviewed this, and they recommended the council consider allowing the winter door enclosures during the month of December, as it's the restaurant industry's holiday season, it's busy, and the weather's cold enough, because right now we have it just in January and February. So this is something, I think at this point we should adopt this in case any restaurants want to take advantage of this season, although it won't be it'll be adopted tonight and effective at the end of this month, so really they'd only get a month. But certainly we can discuss this further at our subsequent work session and then decide if you want to allow it to start in December. But at least this way it's adopted, and all we need to do is amend it if you decide to do it in December. Okay, that's it now.
All right. I have a motion to suspend work session and convene special public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Village Council special public meeting, January 8th, 2020. Time is 8:16 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Knutson?
Here.
Councilman Seaton?
Here.
Councilman Voigt?
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh?
Here.
Mayor Shea?
Here. I move the first reading of ordinance 3771.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes, so ordered. Would the clerk please read the ordinance 3771 by title?
An ordinance to amend salary ordinance 3752, fixing salaries, wages, and other compensation to establish the employee agreement of certain non-union officers and employees of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey for the year 2019.
I move that ordinance 3771 be adopted on first reading and that January 29th, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3772.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voigt?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes, so ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3772 by title?
An ordinance to amend salary ordinance 3753, fixing salaries, wages, and other compensation of non-union employees of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey for the year 2019.
I move that ordinance 3772 be adopted on first reading, that January 29th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3773.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3773 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-33, Permit Parking.
I move that ordinance 3773 be adopted on first reading, and that January 29th, 2020 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 3774.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. So ordered. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3774 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
I move that ordinance 3774 be adopted on first reading and at January 29th, 2020 be fixed as a date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3762 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3762?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-37B to allow winter door enclosures onto existing restaurants as exempt developments at the discretion of the Site Plan Exemption Committee.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3762 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3763 by title on second reading that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson.
Yes.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3763?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Fees, at Section 145-6, enumeration of fees relating to code chapters.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did we disclose here? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I know. Sorry.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
It's just
Yes.
dangerous.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3763 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson.
No.
Seaton.
Yes.
Voigt.
No.
Walsh.
Yes.
Hache.
So before I vote, I just wanted, again, implore the council to, once we see what the impact is from the rollout of the kiosks, if we end up with a significant surplus, that we consider at some point in time in the future rolling back some of these rates. Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3764 by title on second reading that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3764?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-1 Definitions and Section 265-29 Parking Meter Zone Designated.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3764 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
thank you. Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3765 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3765?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Section 190-112 OB1 and OB2 Office Building District to allow instructional schools as a permitted use.
So the planning board has reviewed this ordinance and recommended that it be amended to specifically state where the amendments are to be made. The village attorney has indicated that this is not a substantive change, so it may be amended on the floor. Therefore, I move that ordinance 3765 be amended to state the following. Be it ordained by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood, Section 1, Chapter 190, Land Use and Development of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood is hereby amended as follows. Chapter 190-112.a, OB1 Office Building District, add 6 instructional schools as defined by Section 190-3, Chapter 190-113.a, OB-2 Office Building District, add 7 instructional schools as defined by Section 190-3. Sections 2 and 3 of the original ordinance shall remain unchanged. In addition, the title of this ordinance shall be changed to state an ordinance to amend Chapter 190 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Land Use and Development at Section 190-112, OB1 Office Building District, and Section 190-113, OB2 Office Building District to allow instructional schools as a permitted use.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. The public hearing on ordinance 3765 as amended is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3765 as amended be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3766 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3766?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-33, Permit Parking.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3766 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3767 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Bond ordinance reappropriating $42,000 proceeds of
Vote to call
obligations.
the roll.
We need a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3767?
Bond ordinance reappropriating $42,000 proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purpose in order to provide for the acquisition of a pickup truck in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3767 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3770 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3770?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3770 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
I need a second.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
And just before you continue, I'm
Mhm.
recusing from this.
Oh, okay. I move the clerk read ordinance 3755 by title on third reading, and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson? I'm sorry. Se-
Recused.
She's recused herself. Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3755?
An ordinance to fix salaries, wages, and other compensation of and for police officers and police superior officers of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey.
The hearing on ordinance 3755 was continued to this evening's meeting due to the fact that the newspaper published this ordinance incorrectly. The ordinance has now been published correctly, along with a notice of continued public hearing. The public hearing is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson's recused. Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3755 be adopted on third reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson's recused. Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3757 by title on third reading, and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3757?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-67, Parking Prohibited Certain Hours, and Section 265-68, No Stopping or Standing Certain Hours.
So the hearing on ordinance 3757 was also continued to this evening's meeting due to the fact that the newspaper published this ordinance incorrectly. The ordinance has now been published correctly, along with a notice of continued public hearing, and the public hearing is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3757 be adopted on third reading and a final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3758 by title on third reading, and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3758?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 105 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Animals at Section 105-1, Definitions.
The hearing on ordinance 3758 was continued to this evening's meeting due to the fact that the newspaper publishes ordinance incorrectly. The ordinance has now been published correctly, along with the notice of continued public hearing, and the public hearing is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3758 be adopted on third reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3759 by title on third reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3759?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 105 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Animals at Section 105-46, License Required.
The hearing on ordinance 3759 was continued to this evening's meeting due to the fact that the newspaper publishes ordinance incorrectly. The ordinance has now been published correctly, along with the notice of continued public hearing. The public hearing is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3759 be adopted on third reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3760 by title on third reading and that the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3760?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood entitled Enumeration of Fees Relating to Code Chapters.
The hearing on ordinance 3760 was continued to this evening's meeting due to the fact that the newspaper publishes ordinance incorrectly. The ordinance has now been published correctly, along with the notice of continued public hearing. The public hearing is now continued. I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3760 be adopted on third reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. We also have a resolution.
The title is Award Additional Funding for Professional Services Contract Site Remediation at the Hudson Street Lot.
So moved.
Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. I have a motion to adjourn special public meeting and reconvene work session.
So moved. Second.
Knudsen?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Boyd?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Hache?
Yes. So we have this evening, so Heather, do you want to
Could
move
we,
forward
yeah,
with?
if we could.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to move item D3 up, please, because Sean Hamlin, who's our recycling coordinator, is here, and I know he has an early morning tomorrow morning. So, Sean, if you would please come up, I'd appreciate it. And Rich Calvi, are you going to come up too, or just Sean? Okay. Either way is fine. So I just wanted to kind of explain what was going to occur here. Sean, as you know, is our newly appointed person who's the supervisor, is that the correct title, of recycling and sanitation. And he has been, he's worked his way up from the beginning, and so congratulations. But I do want to just mention that he has a very valid concern for our employees. And again, this is item D3. So, as you know, we pick up large furniture bulk items and things such as carpeting, area rugs, mattresses, and box springs, and sofa cushions. He would like there to be a requirement that it be wrapped in plastic, and I'll let him take it from here.
So with the recent events that have been going on with bed bugs, I don't know if you've all heard about that. Our guys pick up these mattresses, and some nights it rains the night before, and whatever soils are in those mattresses, they get reconstituted by the rain, and they don't always have handles to lift them on. There's not always 3 guys that get on one end and put it in. Sometimes it gets on their clothes, and we went out and we purchased some bags that I brought for you guys to see. They're mattress bags that we would make available for sale at the recycling center, that we would require them to be wrapped in to prevent those things from happening to our employees. And we had the same issue with carpets. People put down full-length 12-foot rolls of carpet, and then they get wet, and then the guys have to lift them, and you never know what kind of bodily fluids can be in those carpets. And after talking to Johanna, and we went over this extensively, we're trying to keep as much plastic out of the landfills as possible. So we discussed it, and we no longer want to wrap them in plastic, but we would require them to cut them down into 4-foot sections, so they're not having to lift too heavy and get them too close to their bodies. And the same thing goes for the cushions. As long as they can keep them away from their body, I'm not concerned about it for the sofa cushions. But we would require them to wrap the mattresses in plastic.
So sort of all the, and I also mean there's also chairs that are put out, and
Right.
those are less awkward to carry. You're saying you can actually grab.
Yeah, for sofas, it's going to be they don't make a bag for a sofa, right. And again, we want to try and keep as much plastic out. I think the main concern is the mattresses for me, and the carpets. We had one of my trucks today. They texted me a picture of a full-length roll of carpet, about 12 feet and about 2 feet in diameter, and they said, should we take it? Unfortunately, I was tied up because one of our vehicles was in an accident today, and I didn't get back to them in time, and then they did end up taking it, but they probably shouldn't have. I'd rather them not have to lift heavy items like that into the truck. They should be cut down, and the language is just not in our code.
Got it.
I'm surprised. I always thought you had to cut carpet down. I thought that was just like the rule. I don't know. It's a rule everywhere else.
It is for there are rules for branches and like pieces of wood that you can't take a 2x4 that's 10 feet long, but the language is not in there for carpets.
So how does a resident, if they are just a do-it-yourself homeowner and they roll up that carpet and they yank it out? I mean, presumably, I guess, like
they have to
carpet
cut it
people
before
come
they
and
roll
do
it.
that.
A good old-fashioned box knife.
Oh, and they just cut it with
Yeah, and then roll it and tape it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah. And I guess that the water on a mattress adds to the weight and everything else. It's
Yeah,
so,
they get
and is there a way
now
to,
with now we have the memory foam mattresses.
yeah,
They don't have
like
any handles, and they soak up a lot of water.
Yeah,
It's like a big sponge.
It's a big
Yeah.
sponge.
Yeah.
So, and then I guess we should, encourage folks to have whoever is delivering the new mattress pay the couple of bucks. Some of them do it for free, but I guess others
Yeah.
charge, right?
Yeah, some of them do charge, but most of them take them away for free.
Free, yeah. Yeah, we should encourage folks to do that. Yeah. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
That would help take them off of our out of our trucks, and save us a couple of bucks if they did.
Yeah.
Thank you. And congratulations on the new role, and thank you for being here this time. I know you have a very early start in the morning, so appreciate
Oh,
it.
that's okay. This is important.
Just so I'm clear, so we're just going to cut it into 4-foot lengths, and none of the items will be wrapped, or some of them will be?
Just
The mattresses will be wrapped,
Mattresses?
but not the carpets and not the sofa cushions.
Okay.
So just one more question, though. That bag that you have there?
Yes.
So that's to wrap the mattress?
Yeah, would
Is
you
that
like to
what
see
that
them?
is? And so what's the size of that, and then how much is it? Oh, there we
We
go.
have a special sale going on these things?
Show and tell.
Oh, okay, so it comes according to the mattress size.
So standard is $695, and then we have
Big poncho on it.
king and queen, $796. Okay, so that's not unreasonable. $7 to make. Yeah, interesting.
Sit in it, then slide.
At the recycling center.
And it's got to be pretty easy for someone just to slip that over and then just tie it up, I guess.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So,
Yeah,
so,
we-
so where at the recycling center can somebody pick these up? Would there be a sign?
Yeah,
kind of
the same
direction?
place, because where they pick up the containers
Oh,
for
okay.
the new containers for their replacement barrels and crates.
And when will those bags be available? When will they be around?
As soon as we get this approved, we'll get them ordered.
Yeah, so then we should get that on social media, too.
Yes,
We should kind
definitely.
of really spread this as quickly as and efficiently as possible. So it's a good safety precaution. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we can go to our presentation from the Ridgewood Library, Reimagine the Ridgewood Public Library.
So Nancy, if you want to come up, very happy to have the library renovation back on the agenda. I think this project presents some unique opportunities for the village. We have the opportunity to pool private, municipal, and state funds for the benefit of a municipal asset, which is quite unique. We also have the opportunity to get this right, and I think after the last meeting that we had where we voted on the resolution, a lot of good points were brought up. I think there were some good concerns that were raised. We all appreciate the importance of the library, not just as a place to go and do research and read books, but it's really a community center. So after that discussion, I think I felt it was important to get everybody kind of back and talking about what it is that we need to kind of bring to the table and figure out. And Nancy agreed, and I'm glad we had a chance to talk. And I really appreciate the fact that folks took time out of their holiday season to meet and talk. I know I had a discussion with Councilman Seaton because he had some concerns about the resolution and also about the changing of the footprint as part of the project and what the impact that it would have on the 9/11 memorial trees, which are very important. So I'm glad that we were able to really hear those concerns in detail. And then I think we had a great meeting with the deputy mayor, members of the board, members of the foundation. And really coming up with, talking about the points that really get this project, moving forward in the right direction. Obviously, there are a lot of stakeholders, a lot of things to consider. So I'm glad we had the discussion. I think it was very open. It was very productive. So I'm glad that we can have you back here today to communicate some of those things that we talked about.
Is that on?
I think that's on, Nancy.
Is the microphone on?
There.
There you
Okay.
go.
Thank you. All right. Well, first, I just want to say that the library team is very grateful for the village council's support and for the entire community's support. I don't know how the impression, went out that we're not, and I hope we express that, enough at every opportunity. Without the village council's support and the community's support, we wouldn't be open 7 days a week. We wouldn't be doing half the services we're doing. So I just wanted to say we appreciate your support, and we also appreciate your comments and your suggestions. And as the mayor mentioned, we sat down and we really ironed out some things. And I want to say that we are developing an alternative to the original concept plan, which would retain the library's existing footprint and would also avoid significant alterations to the building's existing structural framework. As I understand it, those were the primary concerns. We just started conversations with the architect this week, and we don't have, drawings yet. But I hope that you know that we want very much to have a plan that the entire community can be behind. We are also exploring improvements that would enhance the building's efficiency and sustainability. Some of those improvements are, well, none of them are as visible really, but things like, verifying the roof, considering a generator, looking at the last 2 HVAC units that were not updated. When we started this project several years ago, an engineer did go through and look at all those elements and said that they are satisfactory, but that was several years ago, and we want to look at it again. We also got the state grant application issued on Monday after waiting a very long time. And the maximum per project is $12.5 million. So, we're well within our, their maximum there. And they are very interested in sustainability elements of projects. So we are working as fast as we can to develop information on those areas and to incorporate it into the project budget and overall plan. And then I guess, will you be talking about the resolution, or should I?
Good, no, yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah. Okay. That's really all we just had the meeting Friday. I don't really have anything visual right now.
I think that probably it would be good for her to go through the resolution and
Do you have it,
where the
Nancy,
changes
there?
are.
You have the changes that were made?
Yes, and you have it before you also with the red.
Yeah.
Do you need a copy, Nancy? I can have
Oh,
you
I've got.
borrow
I
mine?
have
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, the changes that we made to the resolution that was discussed in December are, we added emphasis on the fact that the library's current configuration and aging infrastructure are insufficient to today's services, and that was in paragraph 3. We eliminated the phrase when we're talking about the trustees engaging architects and consultants at the library's expense. We eliminated that phrase at its own expense because we did have a donation from the foundation for $20,000 toward those costs. In paragraph 6, we removed the cost estimate of $7.7 million. I don't know exactly what the new cost will be, but we're not, I'm sure it's not going to be exactly $7.7 million anymore, so that's been eliminated. Paragraph 8, in areas where we talk about the village council providing municipal support, we have established the term up to in front of the dollar amount of requested of $2 million. And let's see, paragraph 10, we eliminated a reference to the village council providing matching funds, and we said that the council would be committed to responsibly providing funds, which will not be necessary until the state announces grant awards. And that's really all of the rest of it is as it was.
Okay, so why don't we just... So thank you, and I just want to say thanks again to Rocco. You weren't here before when I said thank you. So just a couple of things to kind of give the public some background as to how we got to this point. But first I just wanted to address a comment made during public comment about those original numbers and whether or not it was lies, misrepresentations, or whatever. And just to be real clear, when that occurred, and I know Mr. Kim has been very concerned about this, when that occurred, just to be perfectly clear, I immediately reached out for Nancy, and she and I went back and forth, and looked at every single penny and how it should have been allocated. We cleaned it up, and we'll never know how that happened, or I don't think any of us will understand it, but I don't believe that you, in any way, shape, or form, were attempting to deceive us. So I just want to be clear on that. I don't know how it happened. We did straighten it out. We did figure out where the money should have been, where it was coming from, and we allocated it appropriately. So,
You know the difference between a lie and a false statement? Intent.
yeah. Well, and look, you know, and I just go back to this resolution. Even, you know, I think the language in the resolution, going back to it, that the Library Board of Trustees, at their own expense, took it upon themselves to do this, when in fact it wasn't at their own expense. The money came from someplace, and so we had to really clean up that language. It's important that for the public, for transparency, that we understand where these funds are coming from and why they're being represented in these columns the way they are. So we went back and took a look at this, and I know Councilman Seaton was concerned, as I was, with the memorial trees, the 9/11 memorial trees, the disruption of that. It was important. And I think we had talked about the cost-benefit burden analysis of even doing the auditorium, because there was just no bang for the buck there. And so when all was said and done, it didn't really make sense to proceed with that. And I think removing the big central staircase and re-looking at that was critical, and it actually, in revisiting that, really changed the trajectory of this project, because so much of the interior elements were impacted by that staircase, and some, I think, that were critical to the safety and security of even the visitors. I think we spoke about the restrooms and other things, and I think that was important. So it was an important exercise. Maybe should have taken place a while ago, but this is where we are now, so we're all good. So what we're looking at is, and the reason we've used the up to $2 million language is because as the group goes back to revisit this and realign the Reimagine, we don't know what that cost will be, but we definitely want to have this resolution in place, and once we have a better idea of the cost, then we will go back and make a determination as to what the number is that we will commit to. So I think that is, in so many words, what you're saying.
Yeah, and we certainly will come back to the council and go over any, and do a public presentation of any, of whatever is the alternative concept plan that is the best we can figure out. And it won't go in on the application unless the council is in agreement that this is the best thing we can do for our community.
Right. I think one of the things that comes out in these discussions, and it's important for the public to understand, is that because there were questions as to why there's only one plan, and for folks to realize that ultimately the size of the project will be constrained by the amount that can be raised privately and through the grant. The only fixed number here is what the village would provide as support for the project.
That's right.
So if we're thinking about coming up with different plans based on funding, it could be a $7.7 million plan, a 7.6, 7.5, 5.15,
right,
and so on. And each one of those plans costs money to produce. So I think it's important that we we have an idea of what the maximum amount of the project could be, but that obviously is dependent on the money that we can raise.
And everything that we are presenting is a concept. The really in-depth process of developing a plan is called design development, and we would not approach that step or those fees until we know the amount of funding that we're going to have. And the state grant also said that that they are accepting round one of applications. Now, they might decide to consider all the project applications that they get at once, but they're holding on to the possibility that they might choose to do it in 2 rounds. So, I know. So it could be a long time.
So Nancy, I just want to thank several people. I know this has been kind of an arduous chore for you over time. Betsy Giordano with the Library Foundation for her help, Paul McCarthy, Friends of the Library, the Bolgers, Gail Campbell, the Library Board of Trustees, and really a lot of the private individuals who actually gave of their time and money for this. It's sincerely appreciated. And this really is an important initiative for the town. I mean, the library is a very, very important part of our town. It's one of the most important parts of our town. It really is a place where people convene. It's a community center. And I know what you're trying to do. It makes perfect sense, and we need to go that way based on what's happening with libraries moving forward. And especially I'd like to thank you as well for your leadership. So thank you.
My pleasure.
Yep.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I just wondering too, that some of this might depend also on the funding that comes down from the state. So depending on whatever the state provides as a grant to the library, is it going to be $2 million or $1 million or $3 million or?
Well, what we're going to need to do is when the applications are due between March 9th and April 6th, there's a window that the state will accept them. And part of what we have to submit is a funding plan. So if, say, we come up with a project that is $6.5 million, we have to state what are our anticipated sources of income. It's not binding on the village council if we put $2 million or whatever in, but we are going to have to put a number in there before we apply.
Well, I'd also like to thank you and everybody involved in the project. I think it's starting to move in the right direction now. It's it's a compromise. You start high, and some people want low or nothing, but I think we meet somewhere in the middle, and it'll end up being a really good project. I think you get a lot more, widespread community support, and like you said, it'll be something that everybody could be proud of and get behind and support. So, thank you, everyone.
And I still think you'll be able to raise more money than you think you can. I think you're going to be surprised.
Well, we'll have to see what happens with that. Excuse me for looking at my iPad. I keep trying to look at our newsletter. I just wanted to follow up on what recycling said. We have what are called repair cafes from time to time, where people can come in and bring anything broken, and we will try to help them fix it. And believe it or not, at the next one coming up, we are letting people bring in snow blowers and generators. So just think what that's going to take off the recycling crews, work in picking things up on junk day.
I don't think we're going to see any snow this year, actually, because the squirrels' tails are really thin. But I just wanted to say, thank you, Nancy, again, because I think really important, the one thing that everybody has to understand, and I think you started to express this, is that when we're talking about this type of a project, it is a concept plan, but it's very hard to assign a cost to that concept plan. So even this $7.7 million is speculative at best. And so I think it's really important to understand that not only are we revisiting the project completely, but once that's done and there's some award, if any, then you start to work within a budget. And that's really critical to how this process will move forward. And I think it's just a little bit different. This is a very big project and a very big grant, and I think that we're moving in a much better direction.
Right, and a lot of unknowns.
Many unknowns.
But I look forward to working with all of you, and we're very grateful for your guidance. And if I can find the date of that repair cafe, I'm going to holler it out.
Please do.
All right.
Thank you, Nancy.
Anything else?
We're good.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone's fine with this resolution, so we'll have it on next week's public meeting agenda. All right, so we'll go on to our discussion items. The first is Ridgewood Water, rejection of bid for landscape services. Ridgewood Water went out for bids in December. One bid was received from LTI Inc. of Montville, New Jersey, in the amount of $128,680. We are rejecting the bid because it exceeded the cost estimate, which is $95,000. So they'll re-advertise and revise the project a bit, and then go out for bids again. The next item is under budget. Every year, the Recreation Department goes out for outside vendors to receive proposals from them for program instruction for the upcoming year. 9 proposals were received, and all are returning vendors. The Recreation Division does not commit to all offerings in any proposal, and pricing is negotiable throughout the year. The resolution contains both new and current vendors, as has been done in previous years, and the cost of the programs to the participants includes the fees charged by the outside vendors. The next item is awarding contract for horticultural supplies. This is the second year of a 2-year contract to the lowest responsible bidder, Site One Landscape Supply of Mahwah, New Jersey. This will be paid for out of the operating budget for Parks and Recreation. It's not to exceed the total amount of $45,500, with $34,500 coming from the Parks and Recreation budget and $11,000 from the Project Pride budget. The next item is awarding contract maintenance of irrigation systems and water fountains. This, again, is the second year of a 2-year contract to the lowest responsible bidder, Sprinkler Guy of Fair Lawn, New Jersey. It's an amount not to exceed $20,000. And this, again, comes from the Parks and Recreation budget. The next item is awarding contract under the county purchasing program for rock salt. We're going to exceed the statutory limit for rock salt this year. This year's quote is for $54.41 per ton. Last year we actually paid a little more, $55.93 per ton, but we're saving a lot of money over going to the state contract, which is actually at $73.91 per ton. So thank you for looking into that, Mr. Redesauser, and getting us the best price. The next one is authorizing a shared services agreement with the Borough of Norwood for cosmetology inspections. This includes everything that we do here: nail salons, spas, hair salons, barbershops. Norwood has 9 facilities. The estimate will be approximately 3 days for our inspector to inspect this. Travel time is included in the charge, as well as a profit for the village. Bob Rooney and Dawn Citrullo, our Director of Health Department, both figured this out. It will be 35 hours of, up to 35 hours of regular time, and if they have to come out after regular business hours, it would be a rate of time and a half. So the Borough of Norwood is very anxious for us to participate in the shared services agreement. I think it's always good to share services with other municipalities if we can. I do want to let you know that all of our cosmetology applications and renewals were all paid by December 31st, which is great news, and I'm very happy, and I thank the operators and owners of those salons, spas, and barbershops for doing so.
Now, Heather, do we know, was Norwood doing inspections already, or is this something that they just recently adopted like we did?
Yeah, no, they were not.
They were not, okay.
So they had read about us doing it, and they had approached us maybe in the summer, and at that point we weren't quite sure whether or not, where we stood with ours, and as I think they probably read that we found some things that were not so desirable in our inspections, and they said it's probably a good idea for us to do this, even though they only have 9. It could still happen in a salon there. So, and just for the safety of those customers and those people who frequent those salons. So they would like to have it done, but their health services wouldn't do that. Because I think they contract with the county.
Oh, okay.
So.
I just want to say thank you to you and to Dawn, because I know, Dawn, we spoke about this so long ago, and,
Yes.
and kudos to everyone for following through with it,
Good.
because it's a great shared service, so thank you.
Great. If we could we jump to almost the last item on the agenda? It's the improvements to the traffic signals at West Glen Avenue and North Monroe, because Sergeant Chuck is here and Mr. Redesauser, and I'd like them to come up and just give us an overview of the meeting for citizen safety, which I know Councilman Voigt did during his council report, and but they'll give us some additional information that they have, and then we'll see how we can proceed. So I'll give it over to both of you to discuss this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Heather mentioned, the location or the intersection of West Glen and North Monroe was brought to the Citizen Safety Advisory Committee. A number of residents came out expressing concerns on conditions at the intersection. In response to that, Sergeant Chuck and I looked at our respective files and departments, and I did a field visit, and we have a plan of going forward. I think that's basically covered in the memo that Heather presented to the council for a capital funding request.
If you could just go through it for
the memo,
the people who are watching, or thanks.
All right. A couple of things that were looked for. The residents are looking for pedestrian countdown signals. Those are signals that are activated by the pedestrian, and then there's like a timer countdown to give them a period of time to cross the intersection. The countdown feature is very useful to someone because it gives them an idea of like, oh, I better get the lead out because I only have 5 seconds, 10 seconds to finish my crossing maneuver. Or if it's already been started and it says you got 15 seconds to cross and you're slow like me, you say, better wait for the next cycle. They also mentioned a number of accidents. They also mentioned poor lighting at the intersection. To that effect, I sent an email to our lighting consultant at PSC&G discussing a couple upgrades. I have not gotten a response. I'm going to go nag him tomorrow to see what's up with him. In regard to the accidents, engineering looked at a bunch of the accident reports, and we found a couple things. I know Sergeant Chuck has also looked at his accident reports. Some of the observations that are made were, it looks like a lot of the accidents appear to be where one vehicle is not clearing the intersection before the other vehicle impacts it. We decided to implement an all-red cycle of 5 seconds. That means all the lights are red for all directions for 5 seconds. What that helps do is clear the laggard out of the intersection before the next direction starts up. We did that immediately because we have that ability to do that with traffic and signal. And what were your observations?
They're pretty on point with Chris. You know, that was the main focus was how are the accidents occurring and what time they're occurring. We were under the impression that a lot of them were late night, and they actually weren't. They were afternoon commuting hours, which was actually a surprise to us. Also, the volume of accidents was a little concerning. So, you know, we've certainly put as much resources as we can into this in such a short period of time to see what kind of resolution we can come up with. Like Chris said, some of them we were able to fix right away, and thank God that we own that traffic light and it is operated by signal, which allows instant relief. You know, we've done that at other intersections like Oak and Franklin, and we've seen tremendous results from that. Going to a long stop there. The lighting upgrade, I think, will be an improvement for the late night car accidents, and I think some of these evening car accidents are probably in the dusk or dark hours. So the next step is the large improvement that Chris has been talking about.
Yeah, to that effect, the current lights are 8-inch diameter. What we propose to do is increase them to a 12-inch diameter bulb. Again, that'll give a bigger visibility. A motorist will see it from a greater distance from the intersection. To do that, we need to replace the mast arms and the vertical poles. We'll also have to set them back a little bit because we've had a number of the accidents that we've had have taken out both the signal controllers and various poles, again, because of the severity of those accidents. And if we can set the poles back a little further from the pavement right away, they're not going to get wiped out so quick. We need to find out where our property limits are. Jovan from the engineering office went out, found 3 property corners on the 3 private parcels. Now we have to draw it up to see how things will fit with what exists and whether we may have to make a recommendation for a property taking to make the best design. We're looking at redoing the whole intersection. The only thing that we really do not have to upgrade is the traffic controller. That was recently done due to an accident, and that can be adjusted and cover the proposal changes we want to implement.
Attached to, one of the reasons Chris thinks it's a good idea, and I agree with him, to increase the size of the diameter of the stoplights is the most common accident there is a rear end collision for the red light going west. So that's everyone coming up the hill.
Yep.
Someone's stopping and someone's not. The good news is those are normally less damage and not as severe, but that seemed to be actually the most accident that we had. The next one was right angle, which was the 5-second stop. We think is going to help a little bit there. But that'll be a good improvement by increasing that diameter. I think it'll jump out at people.
So you guys have timing on this? The timing as to when you might be able to get this kind of done?
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing it. I was thinking timing, the signal timing on the light itself.
Yeah, okay.
I know, typical engineer.
Project completion.
Yeah, project completion, yes.
We're finalizing our pricing from our vendors. I'm anticipating this work will be done by the Traffic and Signal Division. They can do all this work in-house. It's just a question of scheduling with the other demands that they have. They would like to do it because this is one of their fortes.
Yep.
Depends when the capital funds are allocated. This could be something that might be finished by September of this year, 2020.
Okay, September. And then, Chris, there was an issue with the right turn going up West Glen to Monroe. They were saying it might even have been some obstruction from the bushes. And as kids crossed there, I mean, did you guys see anything as it relates to that?
There are some bushes there. We're going to take a harder look at them once we decide where the light poles will go.
Right.
Then we'll see if there's an obstruction issue. If it's a violation of our codes and standards, we'll have a discussion with the appropriate property owner.
Okay, thank you.
So I actually, first, I'm going to thank you for sending me the CSAC minutes. And
You asked for it.
I know, I did ask for it, so I'm thanking you for sending them.
For not ignoring.
Not ignoring me, yes, thank you. Appreciate that. I did have a little problem opening them, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So actually, I just wanted to talk about that vegetation because that would be that triangulation, the sight line, as to if there is vegetation that's blocking that sight line. Shouldn't that be something that's like a quick fix that we should be looking at as to whether or not somebody has their shrubbery too high on those corners?
It can be a quick fix if it's shrubbery. We have other locations in the village where it's oftentimes a 4-foot tree. So we look at the individual locations carefully, particularly with what we want to do and propose to do, and see what the impact is and how it can be adjusted. We just don't want to go out and say, okay, clear cut this, because people put these shrubbery buffers for a reason between the traffic and their corner houses. So we want to work with them. We don't want to take a hack and slash approach necessarily.
Okay. And then my other question was, it's just kind of something that struck me when I was reading those minutes. So the bus stop sign is down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we called New Jersey Transit to fix it. So is that something, I mean, it seems to me almost silly that, isn't that something we can just fix, put back up, Heather? I mean, there's a reason I guess it got knocked down. Either it was a vehicle hit it, or maybe, a plow came through and hit it. But it seems to me that that would be important because if it's a bus stop and people need to see that sign, right?
I did send a picture of the sign down to the public affairs person at New Jersey Transit. I have not heard a response. I did discuss the downside with the Traffic and Signal Division. They made it abundantly clear that it's not their responsibility. They hesitate to take on responsibility that's not clearly theirs, because if they don't install it in the exact manner that the responsible agency wants, we might be getting some liability for it. There is another bus sign I noticed the other day on Route 17 southbound by the new strip mall that is also in a horizontal position. So I got to follow up with transit on those.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's down and there's any other liability, are they assuming the liability for it, Matt? I mean,
It is
seriously,
it is strictly, it is their jurisdiction,
Right, I understand, I get it, yeah,
so it would be their issue.
right.
We-
So, I mean,
we put them
I'm
on-
just saying that that goes both ways. So the liability goes both ways, so.
Well, we put them on notice
Right.
about the down sign, and it's their responsibility, so we've done, taken the prudent steps.
Good. Okay.
As far as the safety concern, it's not a regulatory sign. It's not something that's a stop,
Understood.
yield, or anything like that. So, I think if that was an issue, we would make sure that it's adjusted right away. And the people that use that bus stop are pretty familiar with it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll discuss this further during the capital budget,
Yeah.
budget work sessions, and then the council can decide based on the other items that are on that capital budget, if this is something that
Yeah.
will get funding.
Yeah, so thanks so much for working on this so quickly. I mean, very appreciated, so.
Thank you.
The residents made a very compelling case, so
Yeah, all right.
thank you.
Chris, I'm going to be thinking of Stairway to Heaven now all night, because you were talking about getting the lead out.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll go back to, under budget number 6, awarding contract under state contract for emergency radio equipment for fire, police, and emergency services. This will be used to replace the receiver site on the roof of the Board of Education building for radio coverage in the Central Business District. This equipment had been relocated to the Ridgewood High School because there was no radio coverage in the surrounding area of the high school. By moving it, the coverage in the Central Business District has diminished. So this will improve the coverage in the CBD. It'll be a receiver site, emergency radio coverage for fire, police, and EMS. It is under state contract. Motorola is the vendor out of Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey. It's an amount not to exceed $59,000. The next item is the awarding contract for the recyclable material disposal. I know that for several years, the recycling division has been reporting the increasing challenges of the recycling market. There are fewer buyers. The Green Wall of China has made it that they've imposed quality requirements of the recycling. We can recycle less than we used to because they won't accept it, one of it being a pizza box, another the TV dinner plastic trays. I don't believe we can recycle anymore either. So we have seen an increase in costs as well as other municipalities in New Jersey and actually throughout the country. For example, from May 2019, our cost was $2,851.23 to dispose of our recyclable material. In November, it went to $7,497.92. So we're awarding a contract for the 2020 year to Atlantic Coast Fibers of Passaic, New Jersey, and as an estimate, we're believing it's going to be around $100,000 to dispose of these recyclable materials. The next item is weekday closures of Graydon Pool. Every year when we open at the beginning of June, and we're open from, I believe, 12 to 7 p.m., from June 1st to about June 24th, which is usually about when the high school lets out. We have a lack of availability of staff for the lifeguards. This is a continual challenge annually while school is still in session because obviously the students don't get out till about 3 o'clock. This is really about the safety and the ability to have enough lifeguards on staff in order to open the pool. In comparing Graydon Pool to surrounding municipal pools, some only open on weekends until the end of June. Others don't open at all until the end of June. Only Crestwood Lake and Allendale opens on June 1st as we do, and they open from 1 to 5 p.m. And again, Graydon is 12 to 7. The recommendation is that we open on weekends until June 25th, or if we do open on weekdays, that it be from 3 to 7 p.m. on those early days in June. only because this way the students will be out of high school. They'll be able to assist the college students who are the lifeguards. In addition, our longtime director of the pool is a teacher. He would be able to get there. We have some other administrative staff. I know the diving or the swimming coach, I believe, is also a teacher. So it would enable us to provide the necessary lifeguard services and be able to have it be safe for those who are there as well as for our lifeguards. So this is up for discussion.
Yeah, so I'm really uncomfortable with this for a couple of reasons. I mean, we're going to essentially cut back, according to this, essentially 13 weeks to 9 full weeks. Is that?
Well, again,
If you were
it
doing- right, if
depends
you were
which
taking
way
that
we
approach.
go.
Right.
If we decide to open at 3 o'clock, we wouldn't cut back. It would just be a cutback of hours.
You know, so it just seems to me that here we are in January. I mean, I almost feel like this should have been something that was brought to us in September, October, so that maybe some other options may have been explored. You know, where we have college students there, and then we're relying on the kids out of the high school, but maybe there were other options that we should be looking at. I don't know what those are, but maybe, I mean, we should be looking to staff this appropriately and explore whether it's just other sources for manpower.
Yeah, I think also part of the problem, and I remember the county contacted me at the end of the summer last year, or early fall, because they had nobody, and they were looking for lifeguards that can do the bathing beach, because it's different. Lifeguards that have a bathing beach certification can do
Pool, beach,
regular pool,
right,
yeah.
right. Mhm.
And I know they were having a problem with shortage in staffing, and I know that they were talking to the YMCA in the area, and the YMCA has also reported the same problem, in having a shortage of staff for their pools as well. So outside of college kids and high school kids, is there any?
I don't know that we're aware of where else, to get lifeguards. But I could certainly go back to Recreation and ask them to take a look at it. Again, I know the Y here in Ridgewood last summer asked if they had extra lifeguards that could go to the Y, because the Y was even without guards. And again, as the mayor mentioned, those who are lifeguards at a bathing beach can do a cement bottom pool,
Right.
but
Not
not
the
vice
other way
versa.
around.
No, the other way
So, it seems, according to the Director of Parks and Recreation, that there's a lack of people who wish to become lifeguards, perhaps because they personally don't want the liability, or it's just not something that they're interested in doing. And we're not alone. There are others that are experiencing the same thing.
So let me just, I know Nancy's not here, so it's kind of
Right.
hard to look at this, but when they did the analysis of what the savings were, which I happen to think the savings are de minimis, but in terms of that weekly, was that just for those particular weeks? Is it more lightly staffed?
It's just those weeks up until graduation.
No, what I'm asking is,
I'm sorry.
when they did that, they came up with that 5473.
Right.
Is that the amount for those particular weeks? Are the staffing levels lower on those weeks?
Yes.
Because I just went back and I was looking at the budget sheets and it didn't compare
Yes,
with
it's
that.
for those 3
Right.
weeks that it's lower.
So, I mean, just say hypothetically, you went to the 9 weeks. You just did what was here. What then do you do with the fee, the cost? I mean, everything is relative. Now you're
Correct.
shaving.
More fee, less days.
Yeah,
Well,
less.
that's exactly where
yeah.
I was going to go with this. If we're going to cut the time that it's open by almost a third, we should cut the fees by a third.
Right, because there are some people that will use that even in those 3 weeks.
Right.
Some folks use it 100% of the time.
Right. I think though that the alternate proposal, which is to open at 3 and go to 7, at least that gives people a chance to go if they wish. kids are still in school, except for those who have kids who aren't in school yet, but kids are still in school, so parents can bring their kids after school if they're stay-at-home parents. And it would allow the high school kids to be out of school and be able to assist the college-age kids who are here and are lifeguards. So.
Yeah, and I hear that, but I also think that there's not only folks that have younger children who aren't yet in school, but we also have a whole population that has nobody in the school.
That's
and might
true.
want to just go hang out during the day
Sure.
when it's maybe a little bit quieter. So I just think that we have to look at what some other options here and look at other resources for manpower. And even if it means going to, like age-friendly. I mean, there must be, is there an age cutoff for
Well, hold on a
lifeguards?
second. So when they're looking for lifeguards, I mean, the times that I've been at the pool, the majority of them are Ridgewood residents, young adults.
Right.
So is that our issue, that you're saying the lack of people? Is it that when they are going through the hiring process, they're giving perhaps right of first refusal to people that may not be the best candidate because they can't commit to the whole season?
But I think other municipalities, I know Glen Rock has had issues as well.
Right.
No, I
Allen
know,
has,
but so
Right.
maybe it's our hiring practice.
And it's
Because
and
my
well-
daughter was trying to get jobs last summer, and the first thing they said was, can you commit through Labor Day? And because her school starts almost in the third week of August, she'd say up front, she was honest, I can't work through that. And they were like, well, then we can't have you. We can't hire you.
Well, they
And they moved on.
understand that the college students are going to go back earlier, and so the high school students are still here. So they do know that later in the summer, they're going to have a drop-off of the college students, but it also tends to be that at that time of the year, there's fewer people going to Graydon. Perhaps they're on vacation themselves.
To like Ramsey and Mawa and areas where high
They're
school
having
swimmers
issues too, though.
might wanna be.
And they have pools, and they're having issues getting lifeguards as well. But certainly, we could do a blanket advertisement in local shopper papers, on social media. We can do that. but-
I'd advertise on social media because maybe there are some, parents out there that would say, I'll take $10 an hour to go hang out.
And arguably, maybe they're having the same issues because they have the same hiring practices.
Right, they have the same hiring practices, sure.
So-
I mean,
Yeah,
I just think we should
it's
maybe think a
possible.
little outside of the box and
Okay.
maybe start to look for a different,
Maybe there's a staffing agency. Who knows? And then we pay a fee in order to get
we
lifeguards.
kind of pigeonhole ourselves to what Bernadette is saying. We're kind of like pigeonholing ourselves into this particular group, and that's as far as we're looking for staffing. But there's a whole world outside of that group that maybe we just haven't exploited yet. So that's what we should be looking
The
at.
temp
People who are
agencies.
non-residents.
Temp agencies
Temp
maybe you could go
agencies.
to if somebody was willing to go through the training to get a temporary gig in the summertime. And,
Right.
maybe they might be in their 20s or something, or late 20s or whatever. They're just trying to work whatever time they can
Possible.
get a temp agency. So that would be something to look at too.
Right. Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll let you know and bring this back at the end of January. Okay, the next item is, acoustical panels for Glen School pickleball courts. And also, I'm going to bring in D1 as well, the amending the rules and regulations for the tennis courts for pickleball. And so the mayor and Nancy Bigos and I met with several of the surrounding neighbors of the Glen courts, which have been converted to 4 pickleball courts, and they were very concerned with the noise because of the paddle and the ball. So we have worked out some solutions between us, and what it is that the strict use of muted balls only, signage posted to enforce this, and the purchase and installation of 6-foot by 10-foot acoustical panels for 3 sides of the courts. They went out for quotes for several vendors, and the lowest price vendor is Acoustablock Inc. of Tampa, Florida. Brian Duddy, who is in our engineering department, has researched this project, its installation process, and efficiency and noise reduction, and believes that it will be helpful. So we'd like to award a contract for the 3 acoustical panels to Acoustablock Inc. of Tampa, Florida, is not to exceed $23,241.70. And there is money in the capital account for this purchase. In addition, the tennis court amendment would be to require all pickleball players to use muted pickleballs at all times. The neighbors were very concerned that this be in effect come spring, so that they would not have to be as concerned with the noise. And we are hopeful that this will help diminish the noise for them, and they can have better enjoyment of their property or be able to open their windows in the nice weather.
So, Heather, just a question on these acoustic blocks.
Yes.
Can't we just get a few of them just to try them out and to see whether there is noise or not? I mean, I would hate to buy this and then find out it didn't work. So, I mean, can't one of these companies just give us some, some demos to try and see whether or not the neighbors are happy
Or
before we go ahead and spend it?
Or a similarly situated location nearby that maybe
Yeah,
we could
so
look at.
they might be able to just do that, and then if it works, they're happy, the neighbors are happy, then install them.
Yeah, I don't know if they can do it on a trial basis. We can
Can they tell
look
us
into
locations
it,
where they've completed?
We did look at some, one, and they actually used it for an air conditioner, big air conditioner for a facility, and they had it around it, and it definitely muted the noise. But they do this in tennis courts in many states, and it has indicated that it was a lower noise. We believe it's going to help and be better than what the existing one is. Again, I don't think many companies give a trial basis, but we could certainly ask.
Yeah, but certainly the muted balls would help.
Yeah.
I believe one of the residents had brought in looked at some of the science behind the sound that emanates from a regular pickleball and compare versus a muted one, and the reduction was significant. It was about I think it was about 2/3.
With all the best intentions, it was so troubling to hear our residents come in and talk about the sudden, shocking amount of noise coming from a pickleball court and their inability to have quiet enjoyment of their property, that we actually imposed on them without, I guess, having all the proper information. And I mean, it just is so it just bothers you, because these are our neighbors,
And you also had a group of people come and thank you for putting those pickleball
Yeah,
courts
but you
in
know
there,
what? There's a big
because there's
difference because
demand.
they get to pick up their ball and go home. And I appreciate that they came and thanked us, and I know those folks too. I appreciate that. But what we did to the neighbors there it's just, it's not intentional. I'm not saying it's intentional. I just really felt bad when they were here telling us that suddenly they hear this, like constant banging. None of us, it would trouble.
We didn't understand the impact.
I don't think we understood the impact, and I think that this is, it's an important, one more important learning experience.
So one of the things
for
that
us.
of these unintended consequences that we heard from the neighbors was that because there aren't that many of these courts, and it's a very popular sport, it's the most popular sport for 55 and over population, is that we're getting people from New York City and beyond coming in to play at these courts. And one guy said, I think he was there at like 6:30 in the morning. He goes, I need to get out here early so I can get my pickleball in and head back to New York. So, one of the other concerns was kind of the strict enforcement of not only the muted balls, but also non-residents not being allowed.
So, and I guess in the interim, because if we're looking at this, I mean, I guess people are out there playing pickleball now?
No, not now.
Is it too cold for pickleball?
It's a little chilly,
Sorry,
but
Jay. Was that fun?
Today was cold.
Ice pickleball.
In the snow. So, I mean, I guess we should also look at, what the hours should be. What are the hours? And maybe we should get the hours and understand what time of day. I mean, if people are out there playing pickleball and, in the later evening in the summer when it's still light out, you can't sit and have
But so the hours now are the same as
Yeah, or
tennis.
4 or 5 in the morning, you could do
So
somebody
they're the
like...
same as tennis now, the hours.
Correct.
Yeah, so what, tennis hours are 6 a.m.?
No.
No.
No, I mean, so imagine waking up to that.
No, but so it's the enforcement issue again, because you have people coming in, they
Right.
come from out of town.
And the Recreation Division has said that they will enforce, hearing these stories from the neighbors. And the main thing I think that they told us is they were adamant that they want this in place for the spring because they don't want to, they want it to be less noisy for them come spring.
Yeah.
So,
and
it
the
makes,
muted balls pretty much brings down the noise level to about that of a tennis ball, so.
and it would be a benefit to purchase these because I don't know how long it takes for them to get here. So, I mean, if you want, I can bring it back in January. We kind of tentatively said to them, we are going to try to get this all in place for you by March because, we get some snow in March, but sometimes we get some really warm days. And it happens that if there's a warm day, all of a sudden people are out and they're playing. And so I don't want to go back on something that we said to the neighbors.
So they want to be able to, if someone is playing out there with regular pickleballs, to be able to call in the complaint because they're not using the muted ones.
Because we can enforce
So
it
that's what
then.
the ordinance they want amended for that purpose.
I mean, even the location nearby that has the, sound attenuating walls already, I mean, you just said that it was surrounding an air conditioner, so nobody's able to really confirm.
Well, they did notice that it was, less noisy than it would be as a big air conditioner unit outside a facility, because those exist, in a lot of different places.
So Heather, these acoustical panels, we're talking about the weather and saturation, are they meant for exterior?
Outdoor, they are.
And will they be taken down? Like, unfortunately thinking, like, could they be vandalized and what's the
material?
Yeah.
I don't think, they're hooked on.
I'm thinking like
right.
these things up here.
Yeah, it's not like
30
that.
grand.
They're bigger panels.
Yeah.
I assume anything can be vandalized almost. Our street signs are stolen at
I
times,
know.
so.
Why don't we ask the company just to send us a sample, because they should be able
Yeah.
to send us a sample. I mean, that's their business.
Yeah.
Just something that we can kind of
Okay,
understand.
I just don't want to delay it too long because I am concerned about I don't want to say promise, but the affirmation that we told those neighbors that we're going to do everything we can.
But the affirmation really was, remember, they wanted the ordinance in place for the noise.
And that we can
abatement.
introduce
That
because
is what
that's the
I think we
muted
need to-
walls.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
Tell the company to overnight it to us.
Okay.
Amazon.
Prime.
All right.
We could be buying a lot more of these. So if
Yeah,
we
that's
just,
what I'm saying.
so if we could get a sample, see if it works, we could be buying a lot more, and maybe that'll incent them to send some, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see what they can do for us. But we'll introduce the ordinance, so this way at least we'll have some muted balls, and be able to enforce that. And then, I can have them look at the hours, but again, I think that part of the beauty of the summer is people can be out and recreating later into the evening, because it is later. But, so the next one is grant writing services. As you know, for 2 years, we had Millennium Strategies as our grant writer. It expired at the end of October 2019. At that time, the Village Council decided not to move forward with hiring them, renewing the contract, because the cost to do so is $30,000 annually, and the amount the village had received in grants through the grant writer was $26,500. By the end of 2019, however, there were pending grants, and we received an additional $30,000 in grants. So one was for a recreational opportunity for individuals with disabilities for $20,000, and then the other one was the $10,000 for the tree inventory. So the total amount in grants was $56,500, and these are grant applications. We most likely would not have been able to prepare on our own, either due to expertise or availability of staff time to do so. So based on the additional grants which were awarded, I'm asking the council to reconsider and agree to hire the grant writer from February 1st to January 31st of next year.
I'm okay with that.
I have a question.
Sure.
So when we first talked about this a couple of months ago,
Mhm.
and we were talking about the 26,500.
Right.
My recollection is that that included that $20,000.
No, it didn't. It was a different grant. This $20,000 grant is for young adults. The one that we received prior to that was for the ones that we have for the children.
So who was the vendor that delivered those programs?
Health Barn is, and it allows us to provide those programs to our residents, and allows a portion of our population to be able to recreate together. I think that this $20,000 one is not just going to be Health Barn, it's going to be a life guidance program. So they're going to have a nutritionist come in and tell them how to shop. They're going to have a meditation person come in. So it's going to be a whole bunch of different ones. And if you recall, at our December meeting, I believe there were parents who came in and said that their son is kind of aging out of the other programs because he's 18, and that it's wonderful to have these kids be able to recreate together in a co-ed environment, in a controlled environment, and be able to socially interact with each other and not just stay at home.
Right. I'm not dismissing the importance and the value of the program.
Okay.
What I'm asking is, so are you telling me that $40,000 of the grant money received went to?
I don't know that the other one was 20,000. This one is. It may have been less.
Okay, so can we get a breakdown of all the grants and where that money went? Because, I'm just having a real hard time with the village of spending. Look, we could take our $36,000 that we gave to Millennium and actually just run the program right out of the rec department for that money. So, but instead what we're doing is we're giving $40,000 to a private business. And
Well, when we hire our vendors, though, for the recreation programs, we're paying those business owners to run those programs, right?
yes, but we're paying those, but here we're spending $36,000 to get that money.
30,000.
Well, whatever,
30.
So, okay, so essentially, if we had 40 went there, we're
Well,
still...
again, I don't know if it's
Well,
40.
But, so we're still technically in the red. So I'd like to see a breakdown of all the taxpayers are in the red.
I think we get back to the same issue of, is it worth
Offering the
paying these
programs.
guys $30,000?
Yeah, and I still don't think so, right, I disagree. But just for my better understanding of this,
Okay.
Heather, I
Okay.
would like to see all the breakdown of every grant money, the grants that came in, and I do agree, I don't think it's worth it, but
A breakdown as far as,
what the
The-
grants were that we
right.
received, and then where that money went to. Because the $36,000 is real money that, how much of the sound attenuating,
23.
23?
well, in the case of the tree inventory, I don't think we've awarded that contract yet to a company, have we?
Okay, so we'll put that one in just on hold, but the rest of them I would like to see, because
Okay.
technically, if we could do that, we could take our $36,000 and maybe for a fraction of that, run a similar program. We could certainly reach out to Access Ridgewood, and, they get monies coming in, and that's a village entity that could also pursue those types of things. But here, the taxpayers are technically, pending the outcome of that information, could essentially
I'll
be
get
in the
that
red.
for you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. The next one is paving additional security enhancements for village buildings and facilities. As you know, in January, we usually introduce a bond ordinance for certain items that need to be done before the overall capital budget is adopted. One item is usually paving, and so that'll be one of the items. The other one is for additional security improvements to village buildings and facilities in this ordinance. So This will include replacement of door controllers, new Wi-Fi lock sets, installation of cameras and switches at other village facilities, and this is for $200,000. And the paving, Mr. Ruttershauser's memo is attached to this, and he is proposing $2 million. He says 3.5, but when I talk to him, realistically, they can probably do about $2 million this year worth of paving, in addition to 2 grants which we received from NJDOT in the amounts of $175,000 and $210,000. One being for Spring Avenue at $175,000, and the other South Broad Street at $210,000. So we'd like to introduce this ordinance next week so we can adopt it in February, and then be able to go out to bid for the paving early, and then also get these final items resolved for the final security enhancements. Is everyone okay? Okay, great. The next one is declaring January Radon Action Month. So we'll proclaim it Radon Action Month, as well as the fact I'd like to just announce that we have several free test kits and also some handouts on radon. And so anyone who'd like to get a test kit may come to the health department and pick one up. And this will test to see if your house has radon. And radon is actually, I understand, is the #1 cause of lung cancer. So it's a good idea if you have an opportunity to pick up one of the test kits, and then you mail it away, and you, as the homeowner, get the results. And then you can do what is necessary to reduce the amount of radon if it is elevated. The next item is amending the zoning ordinances for the pertaining to signs, and this is the one that we discussed previously. This is the lettering on the signs. So this would exempt the portion of the letter that extends below the baseline of a font known as a descender loop or tail from the 16-inch maximum message size top to bottom measurement. If all of you are in agreement, and I know Deputy Mayor Knutson did a good demonstration and showed the letters and how they should be measured. So this is the form that the Planning Board had recommended it be adopted in. And so if you're all okay with this form, then we'll introduce this next week. Yes?
Somebody's just reminding me of Puppy. Puppy.
The next one is designating a acting municipal court administrator. This is in case our court administrator is either on an unscheduled or a scheduled leave. That would be the only time this person would step in. We used to have Glen Rock's municipal court administrator as our alternate, our acting municipal court administrator, but she is now our court administrator through our shared services with Glen Rock. So the one that they've recommended is Rochelle Park would be our acting court administrator, and then we would be theirs. So this is, again, a formality, but something that's necessary so that the AOC knows who the person in charge will be if our court administrator is unavailable. So the next item is the review of next week's public meeting. 2 proclamations. We have Jamboree Days and proclaiming January Radon Action Month. We have a resolution of appointment and swearing in of our new tax assessor, Anthony Rinaldi Jr. We also have a swearing in of our police officer who just finished the academy in December, Christopher Donahue. We have authorizing a resolution to authorize the temporary capital budget under ordinances for Ridgewood Water. We don't have any. We do have a resolution to reject the bid for the landscaping services. We have several ordinances to introduce: the bond ordinance for the street paving and the streetscape, security for village-owned facilities and buildings. We may need a separate bond ordinance for the paving with the grant money, because we appropriate the full amount and then we get reimbursed for a portion of it. The bond ordinance, environmental cleanup for the Hudson Street parking lot, amending Chapter 212 for the rules and regulations for the tennis courts for pickleball, amending Chapter 190 land use and development for the requirements for lettering on the signs, and then amending Chapter 165 for the bulk refuse requirements that Sean Hamlin discussed this evening. Our public hearing, there are two. One is amending Chapter 265 for the parking permit for two-wheeled motorized vehicles in the park and ride lot in the Garber Square train station lot, and then also amending the fees for the two-wheeled motorized vehicles. We have resolutions authorizing the tax assessor, tax collector to file appeals and/or settlement stipulations. That's an annual resolution. The award of contract will leave off for now for the acoustical panels. We have Title 59 approval and award of contracts for the 2020 recreational program instruction, the Title 59 approval and the award of contract for horticultural supplies, the Title 59 approval and award of contract for maintenance of irrigation systems and water fountains, awarding contract under county contract, rock salt, awarding contract under state contract for emergency radio equipment, police, fire, and emergency services, award contract for the recyclable materials disposal, authorizing the shared services agreement with the cosmetology licenses, authorizing a shared services agreement with the school resource officer. That's an annual agreement. I checked with Steve Sanzaria, our QPA, and he says this has to be renewed annually, so we'll do that with the Board of Education. Authorize shared services agreement, the Bergen County Police Chiefs Association Mutual Aid Plan and Rapid Deployment Force, which is an annual resolution clarifying the compliance with the federal civil rights requirements. Again, this is an annual resolution, must be adopted every year, and it is sent in with our budget. Designating an acting municipal court administrator, endorsing the Ridgewood Public Library Reimagine project, and committing municipal funding. Did you want any of those off of the consent agenda? Okay, that's it.
Turn this back on. Now we go back to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Good evening.
Good evening, Ann Loving, 342 South Irving Street. Just a couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Secondly, regarding Graydon, I sincerely appreciate the pushback from the council members that are pushing back. I think it's really wrong to go from 13 full weeks down to 9 full weeks. College gets out in May. I was a college professor my whole career. I know this. College gets out in May, so you should be able to go to Ramapo, to Bergen Community. Bergen Community has a pool. I think they have a swim team. I mean, there has to be a way to get some lifeguards for May. For June. Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer. To just decide that we're not going to open the pool till almost the end of June is wrong, and I agree that you're pushing back on that. The alternate plan of opening at 3 p.m. on those days in June, that really rules out a large amount of the population. People that have little kids, preschoolers, they tend to come earlier, and then those kids go home for naps, and they're cranky and so on. There's also a lot of people that don't have kids that go to the pool, so I don't think that's a great solution either. The rates have gone up. Last year the rates went way up, and then to cut the hours back. So I appreciate the discussion, and I sincerely hope that you continue to push back against that. The second thing I wanted to say was about the pickleball courts. I sincerely appreciate it. I have no personal gain in that, but that's a fine example of our elected officials listening to concerned citizens. I mean, like you, I was appalled when I heard those people's stories, and it's fantastic that you're solving it. I really appreciate that. The third thing is a question, and I know you can't answer questions, but I remember Roger Wigand, whose name is here on this podium, talking about this a while back. I think that during a public meeting, including a public work session, that lengthy sidebar conversations on the dais that can't be heard by the public are not allowed. I could be wrong, but that's the way I recall it. It's one thing if, you say something quick to each other, but when you have council people talking at length, I think we're supposed to be allowed to hear what's being said. Again, I could be wrong, so I'm asking that question. And the last thing, speaking of questions, the mayor asked what I think was a rhetorical question, but I thought it was very apropos when he asked what is actually the difference between a lie and a false statement. That seems like something that was pretty interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I also want to say that I appreciate the pushback on Graydon. I think that's bizarre. To me, it's just uncalled for. I believe it was the deputy mayor who said, why are we hearing about this, or why is the council hearing about this in January? Why didn't the council hear about this in September or October when the season had just ended? If there are problems getting lifeguards, you need to know about this early on, not now. I'm sorry to use this term, but I've heard the Parks and Recreation folks whine about this for years, but yet I have seen nothing done about it. I've seen no advertisements on social media looking for lifeguards. I don't think there's been any recruiting effort made outside of going to Ridgewood High School, if that's been done. Midland Park doesn't have a pool. Ho-Hocus doesn't have a pool. There are a number of municipalities adjacent to Ridgewood or near Ridgewood that don't have pools. Are we going to the high schools in those communities seeking lifeguards? Are we going to Bergen Community College seeking lifeguards? My wife was a professor at Passaic County Community College. Are we going to any of the community colleges and trying to attract employees? I don't think anything like that is happening. I think what's happening is somebody is sitting in an office at Parks and Rec and is just waiting for applications to come in and is not doing anything proactive to get people. So let us stop whining about it and do something about getting people so we don't have to hear this year after year. If there is genuinely a problem getting people, tell the council about it right after the season is over. Don't wait until right before the season is supposed to begin and then have the council have to make a decision that is not politically advantageous that, hey, we're not going to be able to open the pool. You're still going to pay the same rate, but you're going to be cut back on the number of hours and the number of days. To me, it is unacceptable, and this has got to end. It's been going on for years and years and years. Get out, put some sneakers on, start knocking on some doors, and try to attract some people. The other thing I'd like to comment on is that several weeks ago, or several months ago, it was brought to the council's attention that I believe that there are 1 or 2 unlawful parking spaces on West Ridgewood Avenue. I don't believe the council's ever taken any action on doing anything about that. My concern is, should an accident occur at that intersection as a result of the unlawful spot being in there, what liability does the village have? I've written to the manager about this. I have not heard a response as of yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to just read this one paragraph.
Please state your name and address.
Oh, Steve Kim, 291 Highland Avenue. Whereas today, with its current configuration and aging infrastructure, the library cannot provide sufficient space to meet community needs for teen services, performance space, cultural discussions, community meetings, quiet study, hands-on exploration of technologies, English language tutoring, and more. We need to be more granular because currently the library is providing a lot of these services, and I think it's doing pretty well. So just to say, okay, the building is kind of old, so it can't do what it's been doing for the past 20 years, I don't believe that. I'm really confused because there's really no clear vision. I mean, what is right now being said is we should do something because library is a good thing. I mean, that's true. It's a good thing. But what is it supposed to do, and what are we doing, and why? Is it supposed to be like WeWork? Is it supposed to usher in natural light, circular stairs, skylight, and such? Are we putting in a teen room? Is that why we're doing all this? All of a sudden, it's about sustainability. What does that mean? Is it about HVAC? Because in 2016, they said HVAC could stay and be reused. Is it about the roof? There was a small patchwork that needed to be done, but there's nothing in the records that says the roof is falling apart. So the suggestion I have is why not go over the past surveys, the user surveys, because I've gone through them. I've gone through 250. I've read through every single page. And there was not that much. In fact, I don't think there was anything about the facilities. It was about services. And then why not come up with a list of services that we want to provide? I mean, obviously, we can't provide every single service, but why not come up with a list of things that would really help the community? The performing, I mean, there is an auditorium. Yes, that is being addressed. But there are certain things that need to be addressed going forward. I mean, quiet study, do you have to go to the library to do quiet study? I mean, I'm not sure. But at some point, we have to draw the line somewhere and come up with a list, then spec out space to allow those services to be delivered properly. I don't think that's been done. I don't think there's any clear vision. This is just a funding grab, saying how much can we get and how much can we spend, rather than saying what do we want to build, what do we need, and then let's go and figure out a budget, and then let's build it. And based on at least my look at the presentation, it's $4 million, because that $4 million alternate plan provides all the services that the $7.7 million would provide. And also it addresses almost everything the survey indicated in terms of needs. So I'm just not sure where we are with this stuff. I'm just really confused, because now we want to be WeWork, we want to usher in light, we want to be sustainable. I don't know, we might want a green roof now, HVAC, roof, teen room. I mean, teen room can just be reconfigured. It's just interior specification. I mean, we don't need to spend $7.7 million. The pricing should not be variable. It should start with the need, and we should come up with a definitive price, and we should try to get that funded. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I just want to respond to that?
Sure.
So I just want to respond to that. So I think that it's important to note that the resolution that we're adopting is a preliminary step to get them going with their application process, but we are awaiting the revised plan. So it's not a funding grab for all that you can get. It's going, I mean, this is a one-shot deal. We're not going to see this again for another 20, 30 years. So we are making an attempt, and as I said earlier, this should have happened before we got to this point, but it's unfortunate and regrettable that we got to this point. So we're doing this so that we can get this process started, and then we're going to take a look at what the new plan is, and then we as a village council are going to have to make a determination as to whether or not these are things that should be on the list of priorities. So that's where we're at right now. So I appreciate that. There we go.
All right, we'll close public comments. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a comment
sure.
as well.
Go ahead.
So there is an agenda item. That's what the sidebar was about. There was an agenda item that I'm actually going to ask Matt to weigh in on, because I think it should be part of public discussion and not in closed session. So I'm just curious as to why the closed session item is not just going to be discussed in public.
Why don't we talk about what the purpose of that closed session item is, without getting into detail, but find out what the discussion's about so we can decide whether or not that should be held in public.
It's about the use of village facilities and village buildings for political purposes, whether it be a candidate running for election, whether it be a sitting congressperson talking about a bill they've introduced, sitting freeholder coming to explain a county program. And I think what's happened is that we have gotten several requests for these types of political events in the village, both inside our buildings as well as outside on our parks. And we've offered things like the public forum space at Memorial Park of Van Ness Square, and that isn't what the people want. And so my belief is that we should have an ordinance indicating that these are the areas where it can be done, these are the regulations. In other words, if it's a sitting, a current elected official who's doing something that's not running for election, then, you know, it would be acceptable. However, something like using the Cash Rochelle and Veterans Field for a political rally for a presidential candidate may not be the proper venue. And I think Mr. Rogers had indicated to me he was going to do some research into it, and perhaps it's going to be easier for us to be able to send these people an ordinance saying this is what the regulations are. If you can be within these regulations, then you can apply to do so. And we would require insurance and a hold harmless and all those things that we normally do for events. But I think it's important that we have these guidelines so that people can understand that we're just not saying no to them because we don't like their candidate or we don't like their cause, or, you know, we have it in black and white.
So, right, so this could be a public discussion.
Okay, it's fine with me. If you'd prefer to...
It can, and I did do some research after talking to Heather about that aspect of it, and it's very similar to what we discussed once before about the public forum issue. And just because, you know, it's public property doesn't mean it has to be used for every public purpose. There is discretion in the council to legislate time, manner, purpose to a certain extent, and deal with issues that we dealt with from the standpoint of banners and flags and things such as that. So we discussed some of those in public. I think if the council's fine with it, I think it could be discussed in public.
That's fine.
Put it on the next agenda.
Put it on the next agenda.
Is it something pressing?
Not at this time, but it may become.
So are there other municipalities who have this kind of an ordinance? Can we just look at what they might have?
You know, it's not something that's been widespread because it's like a lot of other constitutional issues. Everybody tries to avoid pinning themselves down on these things. For years, I think we've taken the position that places like Vets Field and the municipal building and things like that, or the flagpoles and things like that, are not public forum type things. And we've directed the attention to such political positions or civic issues over towards Van Ness, Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. So we did do some recent ordinances in the last number of years with regard to using, placement of signs on or placards and different things on public property, particularly in the rights of way. So we've dealt with this, this issue a couple times in the past. It's similar in the same way that those deal with issues about the use of public property. So, so a lot of towns don't go there because they would rather hope that it doesn't call attention to anybody wanting to do this type of thing. And maybe more and more it's becoming prevalent that people want to express things and deal with civic issues and public issues. So it may be something that the board or that the council thinks should be considered, and maybe begin to at least give some direction to the public about what we think about public properties and where things should go.
So can we add to the agenda then for...
Sure, and maybe what we can do, I can work with Matt and we can come up with some ideas for an ordinance, because then you can look at it and you can say, we agree or we don't agree. It just makes it exceedingly difficult for us to say no when we don't have any guidelines specifically.
And to Jeff's point, I'll look at some of the local towns around here, see if I can find anybody close who's got some regulation with regard to this.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that we have to be mindful of, Van Nest. So I believe Parks and Rec manages rallies that happen at Van Nest. So that's public property, and that those, I believe, are considered political events. So if Parks and Rec already has it, that you can fill out the form with your insurance, blah, 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 and have a political rally, which...
What political rally?
They come here. So our county executive did a political rally when he was running for election.
Did he do it
He did it at Van Ness.
in the public forum space?
That's public forum space.
So
But
he
don't they
can
have
do
to-
it in the public forum space.
No, I know, but it's, but if you're going to be doing an ordinance about this, it's going to have to encompass all public space. It can't be, you can do political here and
Well, right
not
now,
there.
the space we have is a public forum space, but as people are getting more creative, they're asking for other spaces.
Like we did with religious or secular, non-secular displays. We directed them to Van Ness Square for that purpose.
Right.
So with the same, you can do
Right.
the same thing with political displays.
But can I just ask a
Yeah.
question to Bernadette's point? But when somebody wants to do, and I only remember because Congressman Gottheimer's office had called looking to do something, and they had to, didn't they have to go down to the police department and get a permit because it was going to be more? So it wasn't, they did that at Van Ness, my
Right.
recollection.
Yeah, they do that
But-
there, too.
So they didn't go to Parks and Rec to fill anything out. They had to come here because it was more than X number of
They
people.
need a public assembly permit.
Yeah, it was a
so
public
it's more
assembly
than 10
permit.
people. You need a
No,
public
but
assembly.
they have, the
And then
Parks and
they-
Rec handles rally permits.
No, but
Well, it's several departments that actually handles it. They
Maybe
have the
they-
original application,
Yeah.
then we make sure they have the insurance, they have the hold harmless, the police look at it, our
Yeah.
you know, sanitation looks at it to see if it's gonna generate garbage or recycling. Sometimes our streets department looks at it to see if they're gonna have to provide, you
Right.
know, a rack truck for
Right.
garbage pickup.
Yeah.
So it's several
But I guess
departments.
the event you're talking about, the Gottheimer event, had our seal.
No, but that
in all the
wasn't, not that,
pictures,
that's
so-
not the one I was talking about, actually. I was
Oh,
talking about
I thought
one
you were talking about-
2 or 3 years ago was actually at Van Ness. This one was different, and actually,
The other was National Rally.
yeah, and it was
No,
out.
I know, but if...
We've already got regulations regarding review of somebody who wants a public assembly permit. The thing is that that permit has to be granted, then it gets reviewed. I mean, it has to be entertained, then it gets reviewed. This is actually kind of a different issue with regard to public speech, political speech, candidate speech, things such as that, from what I understand, the discussion's coming on. And then if it's determined that the council wants to put something together from an ordinance standpoint to designate or look towards a particular place, then we can also review that application process, which is
Right.
already in place,
Right.
and see if that's something that needs to be tweaked to the extent that we're going to be dealing with this. So that's kind of that's already in place to deal with that aspect of it. So, but we are silent right now with regard to if someone wanted to come in and have a campaign rally at Vet Square in the cash out shell, okay? We don't have anything to give them direction as to what they should do. Or all we have is a precedented no, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're permitted to, so
Well-
and I guess Councilman Boyd is right. So do other municipalities have something that we can see as
And as I said before, I'll dig some things up, but
as a
it's not
guideline.
something that is well traversed by a lot of municipalities. And it's a travel.
All right.
Okay, we'll bring something back at the end of January.
Sure.
Or beginning of
We
February.
saved you all closed session.
Thank you, Bernie.
That's nice.
So moved.
You really wanted out a closed session.
Is that what this was all about?
Let there be light. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I just need a second.
Anybody?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
That would have taken, yeah, you're right.
Thanks, Bernie. I was one.
You gotta do that again.
Good night.
Yeah, yeah. 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 Well, I guess the question, and that's kind of what